I'm a bit too close here, aren't I? There we go. Hello, and welcome to today's dev stream. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you have all had a fantastic weekend. And yes, today we are going to be hopefully getting Coppice to a point where all this data modeling stuff we've been working on will get finished. Maybe a bit of a longer stream today because I cut yesterday's stream short. We'll see. Depends how I'm feeling. But yeah, we want to try and get the data model stuff done, which shouldn't be too hard. Our first goal is to get the version 2 plist working, and then we want to get well, we have that working. We want to get the tests moved over so it's properly testing that. We will then want to implement our version 3 plist and test that, and then we want to do the migration between them. So I don't think there's anything else. Nope, I think that's it. So let's get straight into it. So we head over here and go in, and should be good. Okay. So we are currently in model collection, and I have no idea why. So we have our test plist here, and we've got our version 2 plist here. And yesterday, what we got working was in Coppice core. We have our model reader tests, which are basically testing the overall state of model reader, and we were going to move these out, these errors here about missing collections, because they are now plist errors rather than reader errors. Now we're going to have tests specifically for model reader, but the reason we have these here is we want to test not just does model reader do what it needs to do, but does model reader read in the data file correctly. We care about the specific case of Coppice here. So and this will always test whatever the latest plist is. So what we need to do is create a new set of tests for our plist v2, and that will both test these yes, because what else would the plist do? We need to test that the collections and the plists are correctly loaded in. Oh yes, I want to add something to the sidebar as well. Over here in our to-dos, type model field conversion IDs. That is something that we discussed yesterday, where at the moment we convert model files from their JSON representation to a model file. We convert the ID value for every field into a model ID, but there are various other places where we use a model ID, and it would be quite useful to convert those automatically. So we're probably going to go and do that too. Right, where are we? So we've got invalid. Oh, that's for setting the plist representation. Because that is going to be useful for writing stuff. Because what we want to do is check that the plist we get back out is going to have valid properties. So migration. So yeah, we just want to test that if we initialize this, it is going to create the correct things and complain if any of them are missing. So, to help us model, we've got model lists. Test. Is grab these model reader tests, and we're going to transfer these over, but we're probably also going to rewrite them. Oh. Shows that have canvases. So what we need to do is we're going to create the plist. We don't actually care if it has values at this point. We are going to do one where we pass in our sample plist and check that it does read it correctly. But we only need to test the basics there. Do we? I don't think the plist is the one. If I go to model plist. Yeah, so we don't do the model files here, we do them in the model reader, which should only ever work on the latest version. So we should be fine there. So it should be list function at testable import Coppice core. On missing ID. Every object should have an ID. So we want to convert it to the model ID version. Where do we want to validate that? I suppose validating it in the P list makes sense because that's where we're checking. So we can do that fairly easily. Alright, let's get the missing collection ones done first. So, don't need those, so we can throw them out of code base. So then all we need is all these. So our missing ID ones, I can comment those out, but then if we run these tests, they should all, well, they should pass. Number errors. Again, because of M3 data. Right, I'm going to, where is model plist? Oh, yes, version. Suppose we get the version right. Version. Let's stick that at the front. Right. So once we stop the compiler from complaining, it succeeds and all the tests pass. Fantastic. Sure. No, it does update. Okay, so our missing ID. Get rid of that. Now, there are multiple places where we can do this. So we have two model plist representation here. Where in the initializer, we convert to model plist representation. Now, then we set them. So we could make this a rows. Half rows. Do the search. Swift throwing property. So we have to do get throw. That should be causing compilers up there. Yep, but up here we should just be able to do try. Ooh. Form keep after property with throws or acing. Okay, well then we just need to change that to $0 dot to Coppice representation. And do it that way. So we're going to throw, but we're not actually throwing yet. And what we're going to do is we're going to do guard model plist keys dot the ID is not equal to nil, else throw now the error is missing ID, which here is missing ID any. So we can go to our errors and add that in. We're going to throw model plist dot errors missing ID self. Hey Kieran, it is going well. How are things with you today? How was your Sunday or weekend in general? Let's see. Well, the plist errors missing ID, so we're going to throw that, which means that we can go back to here. So what's probably going to end up happening is when we do a new version, like when we do the version 3 plist, we're probably going to end up copy pasting a lot of these and tweaking them, which means we're going to end up with quite a few duplicate tests. But that isn't, I mean, they won't be complete duplicates, but some of them will be if certain things haven't changed. But as they are technically different classes we're testing, and because this is data, you can never be too cautious. It's better to have duplicate tests than no tests at all. Doing fine. Just sat down with some fresh coffee and some cheese. What I was fine. Did some Sea of Thieves with friends, but mostly just played Stellaris. Yeah, I could see that before. Stellaris, that is one hell of a time sink. I occasionally get into it and I'll just be there. I don't really pay that much attention to the story stuff. I sort of zoom through a lot, but I also like playing more of a conquering aspect, like building the military side of things up. So I usually focus on research and military for that sort of stuff. I've tried pacifist and I just don't like it, but yeah, I'm not doing too badly. Got a lot of stuff done this morning. Been quite a nice day, been for a walk, and yeah. Though unfortunately the D&D session didn't actually happen because 2 people sort of had to pull out at the last minute, so that didn't happen, but it does mean I got to do some other stuff. I mean, I did do some D&D related stuff because I'm the more experienced DM. So for the game that I play in, the DM sometimes asks me for advice on how to handle things because this is the first time she's DMing, and we were planning out some stuff for how to have a a warlock have abilities to like almost siphon life from people, because someone is the person who's playing a warlock, they haven't played D&D in a long time, and they're playing a warlock because they like playing warlocks in other games and computer games and stuff, and they're used to warlocks having some ability to almost like take something from the enemy. So I ended up helping to homebrew out a rule for that for the warlock that should be quite fun. We'll see how balanced it is, but it's quite a fun, interesting thing where effectively it'll be a... For anyone who knows D&D, the warlock has eldritch invocations, and it will be an invocation option because this player is playing the Hexblade patron, which is a lot of combat focused stuff. And what this will basically be is if you hit someone with your packed weapon, they have to make a constitution save, and if they fail, you get basically half of the damage you deal back as life. And with the Hexblade, you get something called the Hexblade's Curse, which basically gives you benefits such as better critical chance and all stuff like that. And you heal if you kill them. Well, this also adds to that in that they will have the same thing, but they will have to roll at disadvantage because they're cursed by you. So it's something to play around with and see how it does, whether it's overpowered or not, but... I like doing little bits of homebrew here and there. I mean, my own campaign for the Warlock, I've created a whole new pact system for them. Alright, let's see. Failed to build. Be Coppice. Have I tried out other systems like Fate? I have not tried Fate. I've tried the 2d20 system that Modifius uses a lot. I believe they invented it for the Conan the Barbarian RPG, but I played it in the Star Trek Adventures RPG. And it has some benefits and some cool stuff in terms of how it works. On the other hand, I think I prefer the D20 system to it because there's a simplicity there and a flexibility there that the 2D20 system doesn't have. But I haven't really played any other systems, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I have. Alright, where are we? Hello, Sinister. How are you doing today? Don't need that. After getting used to 5e, switching to play with Fate did take a bit. It's kind of like it's too thin compared to 5e's structured approach, and that threw you for a loop. Yeah, I mean, Fate. I'm trying to think. Is Fate that's the one that's used for Vampire the Masquerade? I know the name of the system, and I know it, but I can't remember exactly what it is used for. But I mean, in a way, I actually find D&D kind of freeing and not necessarily too structured. Have a look. No, it doesn't seem to be. It seems that it's just its own core system, so. But yeah, I've not really played that. I mean, the 2D20 system, like I said, it can be fun because your stats end up being split up into 2 sections. So you end up, for example, in Star Trek, you would have your 6 stats in terms of your attributes, which would be what was it? It was fitness, what they are. I have. So you have control, daring, fitness, reason, insight, and presence. So control is basically, it's like control and daring are like your dexterity, strength. Fitness is like your constitution. And then reason, insight, your like intelligence, wisdom based stuff, and presence is like charisma sort of stuff. So you have those attributes, but then you have your disciplines. And disciplines in Star Trek, you had science, engineering, command, con, security, and medicine. And you would ask to make a check, and the check is an attribute plus a discipline plus a difficulty. So it may be something like make a reason and science at difficulty 2. And then what you have to do as a player is you roll 2d20, and you difficulty 2 means you need 2 successes. And the success is if you get equal to or below the combination of your reason and your science. So if you have a reason of 10 and a science of 4, you've got to get 14 or lower. Now, in terms of successes, a natural 1 counts as 2 successes. So if you get a 1 and a 15, you still succeed, even though one of them wasn't 14 or below. And it's weird because then you get things such as if you have a focus in like in something that would apply to this, like to these particular check, like say it was a reason and science for something to do with physics, and you've got a focus in physics. Well, if you have a focus, then the crit range goes up to whatever your discipline is. So if you've got a 4 in science, it's a 1 to a 4, ends up being 2 successes, but then you get complications. So if you do a natural 20, then that introduces a complication, which can either be something that goes wrong, or it can give the DM something called threat. And so you can end up with a case where you succeed a check, but bad things still happen because of the complications. And there's also like concepts like momentum and stuff, so if you get more successes than you need, you can spend those on additional things, such as if you're attacking more damage or to find out more information, or you can store them up and then use stuff from the pool to end up potentially buying more dice to roll, so you can end up rolling up to 5d20 if you have enough stuff. And like, it's an interesting system. There's a lot going on, especially the threat system, because the DM can't just do whatever they want. In order to do certain things, they have to spend threat, and they start with a certain amount of threat, and certain things can generate more threat, but you have a limited supply of it. But it's just like there's a lot going on, especially in Star Trek Adventures, because you've got all those rules, and then you've got to apply those rules to space combat as well, and it's a lot. So yeah, I ended up going back to D&D. Oh, mission message since the coding's going quite well so far. Just getting all this. Does not conform to equatable. Need to. No, it does not. Good. Okay. And again, we're missing the version. Oh, the red messages aren't. The red messages are only an issue if you aren't expecting them. Alright, that should fix those. Except I need to make these plain any. Then this should be working. Okay. Just realised there's something I'm missing off here, which is model writer tests. But that should handle most of our V2 stuff. All I need to do is pass in a success. Test. And it loads with loads test list with errors, and all we're going to do is exit insert no throw try plist.v2 with test plist.2 now plist. Why is that a string of... That is that. Good afternoon, Parrot. How are you doing today? Okay, so we are correctly loading V2P list, which should make sense considering it's working in our other tests. So we have V2 done. So now we need to do our V3 P list, and this shouldn't be too difficult because what we're going to do here is this, and actually if I go to model P list, go to errors, case migration not available, want to throw available. I am not doing too bad. Just getting all of this stuff tidied up. Oh yeah, throw model plist errors. Can I actually get rid of the M3 data point? So yeah, just getting all this refactoring done so that we can start work on the features. It's always the thing of, oh, I want to do this new feature, and then you realise, oh, I've got to do all this other stuff first. So there. List. No. List V3 tests. And we are going to, we can just copy paste this. Change that to V3, and those need to be V3. In fact, we can do find V2, change to 3. And find version 2, change to version E. I want to add some tests. There's a collection error of canvas links missing. And here we want to do canvas links. So yeah, we get this in here. An empty array. Add a test here. If a canvas link is missing an ID, and what does a canvas link? Coppice 3, 4, 5. This is just be the link with no ID. As Coppice. Make sure that we're doing the correct one. Test rat mode is, yeah, tests are useful, though they are a pain. They're boring to write, but I mean, I'll put it this way, Coppice is around, right. So if I do, I believe it's find dot swift. Fine. Can't remember what the things are. Recursion. Oh yeah, yeah. You're right. Find dot name. No, that's not. I do. Oh no, I'm doing it. Can't remember. It's Xargs, isn't it? This is where I can't remember how to do this. Thing is, I do this from time to time, and I should really write it down at some point, but I constantly forget. Right, yeah. So I want to get the output and then pipe it to Xargs. We see. Oh, balls. Yeah, because the space is in there. So it is print. Oh. Nope. Oh no, it is. Yeah, it's print O, but I need to do /O. There we go. And what I am going to do is I am going to copy that. And where do I have? Let me just hide this. I'm going to open up Note. In Note, add paste that in. Okay, bring that back. So yeah, Coppice is 59,059 lines right now. At least in terms of the Swift. The Objective-C is just like a fraction of lines. It's negligible. It's like a main for the quick look. However, if I was to do that, you'll see that in terms of just the tests, and there are some helpers for the tests that aren't there, it's 24,000 lines. So it works out. If you throw the other stuff, you're talking almost about 50-50 between test code and like app code. But I have gone, I wouldn't necessarily say overboard, but because I'm doing like user data and stuff like that, I heavily test that stuff. So the Coppice core, like the M3 data framework and the Coppice core framework, have something like 90+% code coverage, whereas the app has much less code coverage because I'm covering that through manual testing and a few bits of UI testing and some unit tests. But the Coppice core framework, I extensively test because that is sort of the more critical part. So it's, I mean, with testing, it's always about time. It's always a case of how much time do you want to spend on it. And you can go over the top with your tests if you are starting writing tests for all sorts of stuff that you don't need to. So it's really a thing of write them where it makes the most sense and where you're getting the most bang for your buck. Right. Probably stick this content up here. Oh no. Down there. Right, so we can do let canvas length D find dot dash name, let's see. So what does the dash exec, I'm assuming, does the dash exec mean execute word count dash L? What is the curly brackets and the plus sign for at the end? Is that for getting around? Because the issue I was having is basically when you have spaces in, normally word count ends up breaking on like spaces, like any white space if you Xorgs does. So that's why I do the print 0 and then the dash 0, because then find outputs an explicit null terminator at the end of every path, and Xorgs looks specifically for the null terminator to break things up. So that's usually how I go about it. But I mean, there's so many ways to do it. It's one of those things that you would think IDEs would have that easily and readily available to you. But then again, line count isn't real. Then you're risking that people start using line count as a proxy for progress or something. This means you can put them all in the command versus calling for executing the command for each channel. Ah, Interesting. So, what's the space says it has thousands of arguments without invoking the shell. That's useful to know. Store that for future reference. No, all this talk of like has reminded me of my favourite story ever. I don't know if anyone has ever heard. Well, first off, I don't know if anyone's heard of Bill Atkinson. If you are doing programming, especially around the Mac, you may very well have heard of Bill Atkinson because he was the author of QuickDraw and a lot of user interface stuff on the original Mac. He was like one of the main programming wizards on the Mac. And there's a fantastic story about lines of code. Let me just bring it up. Yeah, here we are. So this is from folklore.org, which is run by Andy Hertzfeld, who's someone else who worked on the original Mac. And it's full of interesting stories from back in that time, but effectively some of the managers were on the Lisa project, which is what predated the Mac. They were wanting to track engineering progress, and they were doing it by the amount of code they wrote per week, which anyone who's a programmer today knows the amount of code you write is bad, and this is a perfect example because each engineer had to write how many lines of code you've written that week so that they can work it out. And Bill Atkinson thought it was kind of a ridiculous metric, and basically he was working on optimizing QuickDraw, and he was doing all this stuff, and he ended up refactoring it to have fewer lines of code, and it was around 2,000 fewer lines of code. And so on this form he filled out, he wrote the number minus 2,000. But yeah, it's one of those things of sometimes like deleting code is far better, because like it says here, we've rewritten the engine using a simpler, more general algorithm which after some tweaking made region operations almost 6 times faster. So it's one of those things where deleting code, like the number of lines of code you delete, is almost worth calculating more than the number of lines that you write. But even that's a bad metric, because that tempts people to try and like do things in as few lines of code as possible, and you get these things where people start doing stuff that is just like these long lines and it's got lots of stuff mixed in, and it's kind of not ideal. You see it a lot, especially in Swift, with stuff like map statements and filter statements and reduce statements, and they try to do too much. And if you're doing something simple like if I were, let's just stick it over here, if I was doing like plist representation dot keys dot map, and then I was just doing to raw value, so something like that is very simple, because that's very simple, map that to raw value. But if I start doing map and I'm starting doing blah 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 blah, obviously that makes no sense. But if I'm doing an awful lot of stuff in there, it can get complicated. And if I do a map where I'm doing a lot of complex stuff here, it gets complicated. If I'm doing a for each, and so on. So generally it is better just doing a for loop. In fact, a lot of people on Swift are like, we wish people would just use for each loops, like for loops, rather than the for each method and some of the functional stuff, because it can be overused. And I tend to try and keep my functional stuff to the point where, in as many cases as possible, if it can be expressed using just a few lines, I will do it that way. Otherwise, I will just use a for loop. Filter is a bit different because that's a bit more complex to do. Map, you can get away with being a bit longer, but for each, I just use a for loop most of the time, unless it's something very basic. And reduce, I almost never use reduce, because it's usually far easier to us to do a for loop. It's easier to read afterwards, because you don't have to remember how a reduce works, and it's easier to write because you don't have to remember how a reduce works. The problem with reduce is that reduce works in a weird way, whereas a for loop works in a fairly common sense way. So, there are cases where for each is useful. So, what could be a good example? I mean, say you have do I have for each? Because I may have overused it a bit in here. Like, these aren't too bad because this can be done on one line. Yeah, something like that subdigital where you're doing. I didn't realise that you could actually use key paths in for each. Yeah, generally, if it is something fairly basic like I have here, where between 1 and the number of items in the menus, we're going to do context and then add menu, and it's $0. Something that can be expressed in a single line is great. If you start needing to add like guard statements and so on, then you start adding returns in, and I always find returns a bit awkward when they're in closures because they're returns in the closure and you got to remember the context rather than being in the method. So stuff like continue is better, and even stuff like filtering. I mean, you could do something like my array dot filter $0 dot name has prefix foo for each $0 dot do something. You could make something like that. Yeah, and break doesn't work in the closure, which is another thing. So you could do something like that, and sure, you can get away with that, and sure, that's fine. But you could also do for item in my array where item.name.has prefix foo item.do something. Which, yes, it's more lines of code, but to me, this is a bit easier to read, especially when this do something. You start doing a lot more here, or I mean, if your filter gets a bit more, then you would probably start doing your guard statements and stuff like that. Oh yeah, if you have a fairly basic thing in a for loop where you would basically be doing for something in something, guard something on item else continue, you can just shove that into the where, and it basically goes through that. That is quite a nice time saver, because it's very common that you have, I want to iterate through something, but I want to check that the thing that I'm doing passes this before I do something with that item. So it's very nice. So as Subducer says, for each is useful, but the number of cases in which you... it's generally better to do a for loop in most cases. Like a lot of these cases that I'm doing a for each, I could probably get away without. But they're not too... like almost all of these are for each, call some method on the objects. And they're all basically one line things. Do I have... like this one here, I probably... like I would have written that a while ago. It probably would be better as a for loop. So generally I use for each if it's something that is a very small line of code and it is literally do this. But the problem is anything more complex, just use a for loop, because you can get the filtering built in with the where clause, and you can do things such as continue, you can do things such as breaking, and it's just so much more flexible. And when you get to away from the trivial stuff, so much easier to read. And that's the key thing. It's all about readability. Again, this is why I don't use reduce, because it is generally harder to read and comprehend. So it's just one of those things of... like if I have something that would be a complex map statement, I would often do that where rather than doing map, I would just do the thing where you create your array or your collection that you want to do, iterate through the old array, and do all the complex stuff and add it, and use a for loop and not use a map. But if it's just literally a case of, okay, I want to, well, as in the model plist. Though actually we just changed that, didn't we? But I mean, even then I'm using a map. Like map to persistent representation. Because that is something super simple, map makes a lot of sense. So it's like, do the functional stuff if what you're doing is super simple. Otherwise, just use a for loop. It makes stuff a lot easier. I think, like I said, filter is probably the one that you can get away with being the most complex. But beyond that, it's just keep things simple. Hey Radiant Blue Wolf, yeah, I went live about, oh, how long ago? About an hour or so ago. I think sometimes Twitch, you have to actually enable notifications sometimes for the stream, otherwise it should go through, hopefully. Right, so where were we? Yes, I was in here and I was doing plist canvas link. So we're going to add ourselves a canvas link on here. And this canvas link, we want... so canvas link is our new data type that we're going to use to represent canvases, and it's going to replace this parent effectively. So, got that. We're going to have the link, we're going to have the destination page, and we're going to have the source page. Canvas 0. what I may do is change. To change how this works. No, not now. So we're going to have link, destination page, that. So this is going to be a page link and page link. Right, so we've got destination source auto-generated, so that we can set to false. Our destination is going to be going to canvas page IDs 0, which is going to this. And the source is going to be page. So that's our link. And then we want so the destination. Oh wait, no. That's the parent. Then this is the destination. So therefore it's page that. And then what do we have? Destination page, source page. So the destination is going to be this. And source this. Okay, so the question is, do I want another canvas link in there? I don't think so. I think we're good. So because you want it multiple things. Problem is you want the version 2 to migrate to the version 3. So let's tweak the version 2 plist. This may cause some stuff to fail because it's probably looking for the wrong thing, but what we're going to do is do that. UID. We will set that to 80, and the parent will be 1. And therefore, if we take this and bring this over to here, we want plist canvas links. Add our second UID here. Page links, self.page IDs. Oh yes, we want. We'll just make that page 2. Right, and then we'll go to here. We want that page 2. Then we're going to page 2 from page 1. The destination page is going to be 3 from 1. And down here we want canvas links is self.canvas link. So, what do people in chat have planned for today? Have you up to anything interesting on this fine Monday? Right, so we have our peelers, canvas links and all stuff like that, blah 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 blah. So this should all be good. You're adding sprites and stuff to your game. Oh cool, what's your game about? Test here. So let's see what happens when I build. Kieran, you just making your way in Stellaris and got some hoovering to do later. Yeah, I was doing some hoovering and mopping earlier today. Right now you're a slime that can do the basics in a dash. Oh cool, also you've only just started working on the game. Well, for myself later today I am... Well, I don't actually know what I want to do. Getting some food at some point later. And probably just gaming. Relaxing and doing some gaming, probably. Though I'm probably going to be streaming until about 5-6 o'clock, I think. So probably going to be going for another 3-4 hours. I'm feeling pretty good today and surprisingly awake and alert, considering that I woke up at 6 and then went into that state where you're not asleep, not awake, but you end up waking up and feeling super tired because you're not fully asleep and awake. So fatal error, index out of range. Yes, we need to add an ID. Okay, try again. "14 test failures." Where are they? Model reader creates all canvas pages. Now this is expected because we have just added canvas page. So all those are easy enough because we now expect them to have 4. Model writer we expect to fail. And this a V3P list, that should be a 3. That's another one that is an easy fix. And throws error if canvas link is missing. That should be canvas links. So then I should be able to do that. We should end up with 9 failures. Still 13 failures. Missing collection canvas link. Oh. Oh. I need the plist canvas links, not the canvas links, because those are the canvas links at ID. Now it's saying 4 is not equal to 3. What? There we go, 9 test values, which is what we were expecting because they're all in Model Writer, which we haven't got to yet. So, what that means is that we have our version 3 plist implemented. Now, it's an awful lot of tests for this basic thing, but as I've said before, the model plist stuff we have in... Like, we test that in M3 data, but we want to test that it works not in a generic manner, but for our specific data model. When it comes to the actual data side of things, you can never have too many tests. Well, you can, but you get the idea. So, what I am going to do is I'm going to go and get fresh shrink, and then what we need to do is implement migration from version 2 to version 3 and write the tests for that. And that is going to be a lot more interesting. Because what we need to do, pages, folders, canvases will be the same, but for canvas page, we're basically taking the data of the canvas pages and having to create canvas links from them. And the problem there is we need to go to the canvas pages and then find out what links will actually work and use the pages, and there's going to be all sorts of fun there. So. Gina Patty, thank you for yeah, double I. Thank you for following. I hope you're enjoying the stream. And hope you stick around because I am literally just stepping away to go make myself a fresh cup of tea and a fresh glass of water to last me for the next little while, and then we'll be getting on to the migration, which is the whole reason for doing all this rewriting. Is that the same for migrating to a new version? Yes. So basically what I've been doing, eParrot, I'll explain this before I go. So what I have been doing is I had a system where I had a document version, and the way things are set up is that I can add attributes just fine, and an older version can open them just fine. And the reason I have that is that when I created the version 2 document, I added this other properties thing. So everything is stored as a plist, and basically when I where are we? When I update, I get all the properties out, and anything that I haven't handled gets put in to other properties. So when I added things such as new properties for doing all the image handling stuff and all stuff like that, I believe I also added to Canvas always show page titles is something that was added in 2021.2. You can actually open this in 2021.1 and it won't get rid of this because it stores it in this other properties, and it's there, it will be stored, it will be written back, but it won't be changed. Now there are slight things that can go wrong if you start editing in an older version, that things can potentially go wrong, but the key thing here is that I'm adding a new type, the canvas link type, and because of that things don't work quite right. And initially I did this, and then I realized something was wrong because I tried to open the sample document and the app crashed. And it crashed because it was trying... Well, no, it didn't crash, it threw an error. Basically saying this canvas link thing does not exist in this document. Now I could have done something where I make it that an optional thing, but the problem is then I've got to deal with optionals and stuff, and really it was a bit of a mess. So what I've changed is that I now create these model plist things where it will load stuff in. And for example, this is version 2 where I've got these persistence types where it says this model type is stored with this name, and it will add stuff such as the any settings and the version number and stuff like that. And what will now happen is if I load, for example, a version 2 file, which is pretty much all files out there, it will do version 2, it will read it as a model plist, and then it will call this migrate to next version, which will return a raw dictionary, which again will just be like the plist, and then go to the version 3 and then load it into here. And then if, say, we're actually on version 4 at this point, it will then migrate to next version from here, and so on. So it basically will iterate through all the versions from where you are to the next thing, doing a migration. And so it can do all this migration in here, and then it can get into M3, well, in M3 data, it will get to the model reader and writer, which are now in here, where it will actually create and delete the objects. And because of other stuff I've done, previously I had, like, these couldn't exist in M3 data because they were dependent upon the types in Coppice, so I had to write these separately. So I've done a bunch of other refactoring to make this a lot more generic, so they will use the like the collections in the model controller and use model types and so on, so that this is completely generic of the data model. And what this means is I can use the same model reader, the same model writer, the same model plist for both Coppice and my other app, Streamline, which work in very different ways, because Coppice is a document-based app and Streamline is a library app. But I can reuse all of my M3 data stuff, which at some point, and there's no promises on this, at some point down the line I would like to open source M3 data, because it may not be useful to others, but I find it useful as just something that I use for all my data handling, like the low level side of things. So it could be quite fun for others to at least look at and see if they can learn anything from it, because I do a few neat tricks in there. So anyway, I'm going to go get myself a drink, and hopefully you can all have a quick break as well. I will run a quick ad break during this break, so feel free to just ignore that. It's just if I run ads when I'm away, it means that if people come in for the next half hour afterwards, they don't see an ad when they come in. So it's making sure the adverts aren't showing for anyone who comes in, which is super annoying. So I will see you all in however long it takes to make a cup of tea.
Distant silhouettes at the horizon sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together. surf the golden waves on silken highways, painting flowing braids in sunken byways, spacious flowing bold and never climbing, gracious moments hold us intertwined. Stay by my side. Soft songs in harmony. Stay by my side. Companions kind now, you and me.
Okay, I am back. And hopefully, yes, the ad has finished. And yes, no pre-rolls for the next while. Good job I'm not looking at the chat. Because I don't think there's anything to see in chat at the moment. Right. Check that off of our list. Run away! Run away from the bugs! Are you suggesting I have buggy software? Right, let's get back into this. What do I want to do? I think now would be a good time to commit. List. So what we want to do now. First off, let's rename this to S Elis 2. Right. So in RV2, we need to do some conversion. So we need to add pages, folders, canvases, and setting. Change. Iterate through canvas. Pages. If canvas page. If a canvas page has a parent, create link with destinations source. Create canvas destinations source. But we also want to get the link. Now we're not going to care whether it was auto-generated. What we want. Create page link with destination self dot. Parent.page. Now this is the complex thing because we can't do self.page or parent.page. With this here, we can, like the parent, we just get the ID. Here we get the self ID. But what we need to do is we actually need to find this parent and get its page. And then yeah, so we're going to have to key these by ID to be able to do this properly. At least do it efficiently. Curious. Right, let's go to our test. So, mark, create, next, version. So, what tests do we want? Pages. Well, not migrate, next, version. doesn't change pages. And have a few of these. Change folders. Change canvases. Change settings. Changes version to 3. And then what we want to do is add canvas link. Adds canvas links for every canvas page with parent. Version. Creates page link. Creates page link for canvas. Parent. Okay. Now, are there any errors that can happen? If the parent doesn't exist, that's an error anyway. Page link. That again would be the page doesn't exist, but that's an error anyway. That's something that needs to happen on loads. I don't think there are going to be any errors with this migration. Like, there are things that can go wrong, but if they go wrong, it's an error in the V2 or the V3. It's like, it's not an error in migration, it's an error in the file. So therefore it's something that should be caught when the file is loaded. Like if you loaded the V2 file and it had these errors, it should error. Regardless of migration. So I think we can get away without any errors. So how do we want these tests to work? And we're going to have to check a lot of stuff. Because effectively what we want test it. Let's say so we could have that. I'm gonna migrate to the next version. And what we want to do is make sure that the outputted pages is equal to test v3 pages. Or rather, we want to make sure that it's equal to the test v2 pages because we don't want it to change. And because we can't just say take these two dictionaries and make sure they're the same, can we do that? Let me test something. Let's say the compiler complains. Compiler likes to complain a lot. Test plist v2 dot pages. Let v2 pages. Let v3 pages. Test plist dot v3 plist pages. Now we can't do xct assert equal v2 pages v3 pages because you can't do equals between things that have any. But can we do this? Can we cheat? Okay, it says not me. Oh. That. Because UI but if the UUIDs were the same, then that should work because a better way we can test this out. Playground, and if I do var test, and we'll just do a string any equal hello world. Var test 2 string any, and we're going to make them the same. And again, we can't do test equals equals test 2 because there's an any. But if we do as ns dictionary and as ns dictionary, it's true because it can test that they work. So we can cheat. We can cheat and do it this way, because this fails because we're calling this twice. But the thing is, we define these once. So if we've created a v2 and we're checking, does the v2 match? Like, we can't do create a v2 and create a v3 and see do they match. But if we have a v2 and we test does v2 pages equals v2 pages, which again you cannot do. How can you? Is it smart enough to realise that would be the no. Yeah, so you can't do that, but you can cast to NS Dictionary and that should pass. And it does, because NS Dictionary can do that. And this here is ultimate proof that Objective-C is better than Swift. No, it's because, well, it's proof that the way Objective-C handles equality is potentially better than Swift, because you can actually, the compiler will let you test equality of types that are not equal, and therefore you can get false back. So it's like, is an orange equal to a banana? In Objective-C, the answer is no. In Swift, the answer is you can't compare an orange and a banana. And in a sense, both answers are right, but it, well, I suppose it's just one of those things of, okay, I'm holding up orange and banana, are they equal? I mean, most people would say no. Equality in Swift is one of the things that it makes sense, but it is a pain. Like, it's fantastic that it can automatically add equality with things like structs and enums and stuff like that. But at the same time, why can't I compare two distinct types? Why can't I do equality between two types that are not the same? Because literally all I'm doing is check it, and then all I need to do is check that the types are equal. That's the Objective-C way. All it's doing is moving it to the compiler, but it's giving me the inability to do something like a string, like a dictionary of string any compared to another dictionary of string any. But I believe the equality in Swift is faster because of that. So, right, so we're going to get a v2, and then we're going to create, oh, actually no, we don't want the 2 pages, we want our v2. And then we're going to do test plist. We're going to get the actual plist is going to equal plist.v2 with test plist.plist, and then we're going to get let migrated plist equals plist dot migrate to next version, and then we're going to let migrated pages, in fact we could just do migrate to next version and just migrated plist, eliminate a line there, and our migrated pages equals try xet unwrap, because we're going to be dealing with an optional, which is that migrated plist pages which is already an optional, but we're also going to cast to an array of string any. Actually, we could cast that to an stitch, and then xet assert equal migrated pages test plist dot plist pages as an array of NS dictionary. Try. Actually, no, we don't need to do an throw because it will fail. If it does, then we can do the same here, and this is plist folders. Now, settings is going to be different. So settings is just going to be in it. And we don't actually have settings in here. Interesting. I believe it's a string any. I will double check that. Just return that. Oh. If I go to model set, plist representation is a string of any. And the question is, actually how to finish it. It's not model set. Right, so page group expanded page. Okay, so we can do just S. Okay, so we can use document identifier and page group expanders with Boolean. Okay, so we will go back to yeah. E that document. changes the version to 3. This one is fairly easy. As integer version test as the version 3. And these are going to be the complex one. So let's do this one first. Removes parent. Because this is going to be fairly easy. We're going to get our migrated canvas pages. Then for, actually that wants to be any. For first pages. Well, for pages. Page. If canvas page parent email, well no, that now page parent. Now, this is where I have a thought. We could do comparison between version 2 and version 3 if I hard code the UUIDs. And the thing is, I don't think there's any disadvantage to doing that. Like if we just have the UUIDs be the same, then I could reduce this to migrate to next version correctly, well, add canvas links for everything, because we also want to check that the pages are the same. And the thing is, the pages in the V3 test, we want to get rid of the parent from the, but we want to make sure that it doesn't touch any of the other properties. And the easiest way to do that would be have it all be the same, and just we've got a before, we've got an after. Just make sure that the migration code goes from the before to the after. So yeah, let us do that. Although with canvas links it's adding them, so therefore the UUIDs may not be the same. At the canvas page and the pages, well, so the link destination page and source page. But the canvas link will not. Like the ID will not, because it will be created. But all that means is that we need to go through and just for the canvas link check they are correct. Yeah, let's do it that way. Open up this. I can just do ID, don't need ID string. Set that off to the side, and I can just do some copy pasting. Oh. Link. So what we'll probably do towards the end of this stream, when I'm going to be working on the overlay, is I'm going to be working somewhat in Photoshop. What I want to do is tidy up the current set of expressions and then create a bunch of different expression themes, and then with those different expression themes I want to hook it up to a channel point redeem where you can go in and type what particular theme you want and change change the theme of my display. That's something I've wanted to do for a while, but it's something where we will do a bunch of art stuff and then the programming to try and get it working. Okay, so if I go here and I want to test on here, I want to make sure out from canvas pages, but change else. So we've got our v2 plist. Let target plist equals test plist dot v3, and we should be able to do the migrated canvas pages as an NS dictionary. Is it equal to target plist canvas pages as a dictionary. Now, have why didn't you say it was an optional when I was typing you? Okay. There's part of the problem that you can get with type inference, where type inference is great, unless the type is wrong, in which case it infers the wrong type, and therefore stuff doesn't work. Hey, build succeeded. Contain objects type if type. What? Oh, that needs to be. Well, that's a fair point. We can just. We'll leave it like that, because then do some comparisons like that. So they'll fail. Age line. We'll do them as two separate. Well, okay. So what do is migrate right, plist so we want to let canvas links equal xet on wrap migrated plist canvas links as string of any as equal new canvas links dot count 2. And then what we want to do is so we can't get these by the ID because we do not know the ID that determines which one because they are being defined during the migration. So we can use a source page to uniquely identify these. So we can let first link equals new canvas links first where $0 source page is equal to as string to now let first link source is going to be a canvas page dot model ID with test plist dot canvas page ID 0 dot string representation. So make sure that is equal to first link source ID. Want to write xet under that. Make sure it exists. And then we're going to have our second link. That is going to test that source pages are correct, and then that gets the link, and then we want the first link destination ID. That's going to be 1. And then xet assert equal first link destination page string to our first link destination ID. And we can do the same for the second. That should 3. That tests it doing that, and then separately we're going to be testing the page link stuff because that is somewhat different because we don't particularly care about that. It still technically tests it, but we care about something rather different, which is let expected page at first page link page link. So the destination is going to be page.modelID with test plist dot page IDs 1 source page.modelID test plist dot page 0 that's it equals first link was expected first page link dot URL dot absolute string. And we can do the same for the second. That wants to be destination 3, source 1. So hopefully that all compiles and all fails. So that's the fun of testing. You want one set of errors not to appear, but then the other set to appear for you. So you know that you have written things at least semi-correctly. Something vaguely approaching sensible. Why do we have a warning? Darkened link source ID. Aha. The compilers are occasionally useful. So they all fail. So all of that stuff means we can now go up here to version 2, where we're going to convert to version 3. So var migrated plist equals string any. And migrated plist yeah, we can hard code these. Persistent name. List pages equals so plist representation of page.modelType.map distance representation, and we should be able to do that for folder canvas. List setting of dot setting and migrated plist dot version v3 dot version. So this should make everything bar these bottom 3 tests pass. If everything has been written right, and it does. So now for canvas page in self.plist representations of model type canvas page model type, where canvas page dot parent is not even nil. Actually, no, we want to iterate through them all. And what we are going to do are magnetic canvas pages. There'll be an array of model plist key to any created canvas. Ew. Yeah, we're going to have a separate one, which is going to be var let canvas pages by ID equals, and this is going to be string of model plist key any. Now, at least that is what the type is going to be, and it is going to be let existing canvas pages of the plist representation of canvas page model type. This is going to be existing canvas pages dot index by can't do that. It's array of element. Oh, so we're gonna have to iterate through once. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a for loop. Yeah. Existing canvas pages. Okay, so we get them by ID, which is going to let us do stuff later. Then we get the migrated canvas pages. So guard let parent equals canvas page parent as string, else. So if we don't have a parent, then we can just add the page to migrated canvas pages. So append canvas page, and then we can continue. If we do have a parent, that means we need to create a link. So we've got our parent ID. Now, at this point, no, let's be safe. That should be canvas pages. We could technically like assert that this exists and it is a string by doing that and doing that, but because if it isn't, this would throw. But it's better just being safe and doing it that way. So we want to make sure that we get our current ID. We want to get the parent. I'll let parent and all. Parent ID is there. And then we want to get God let parent page equal page not equals canvas pages by ID with the parent ID. I want to get the canvas page dot parent. This wants to be dot canvas page dot page as string, and we also want page. So we can actually change this to destination ID, source ID, source page, destination page equals canvas pages by ID, source ID dot canvas page. No, it's going to be canvas page dot canvas page dot page as thing else, and I'm going to create a new error which is going to be case migration failed with a string which is going to describe what it is, and we're going to throw model plist.errors.migration failed missing page link from link to canvas page link between pages source ID destination ID. Okay, so what we can do here is var updated canvas page equals canvas page updated canvas page dot parent mail migrated canvas pages dot append updated canvas page. So we have that there. I just want var created canvas links is going to be that. So we had our canvas page and then let canvas link equal would be we'll peel this key of any id equal canvas link dot id of uid dot string representation link equals flat dot canvas link dot source page is flat dot destination page flat. So source page source page string destination page string because we also want let source page ID is equal to model ID of string page string. So this is going to be the source page. No, this is going to be the source ID. This is going to be the destination ID. And then the link is going to be a page link from the destination page ID to the source page ID auto-generated to false.url.absolute string. And then we're going to do canvas links dot append canvas link. Okay, so if I run the test, we should only get 9 failures if everything has gone right, and they should all be in the writer. Nope, we get 17 failures. What error missing? What I do have. That makes no sense. Page pages, core error, missing ID in here. Frame black, page black, canvas black, ID, which is a string. PO. In canvas page. X. Page. E. Oh, because it's converted it to a model ID at that point. Gotcha. Yeah, just so it's consistent. Don't care about it being a model ID. Okay, so we're down to 12. But okay. That would be the case. Because we're setting all those there, and we're getting these, but we're not actually adding them. Migrated plist canvas pages. Canvas pages. Map. Station and migrated plist. That, leave that as a model ID because we're canvas links created canvas links dot map represent. Okay. X out of page. Oh, because the page ID is 2. Yes. We only. Yeah. And voila! That is migration. So. What do I want to do now? So that should, well, we want to do is model reader. I want to change that to V3. I want that to .v3 itself. And then this should create all sorts of failures in here because we haven't updated everything. Where do we have? But I don't. They need you. Not the absolute bang. ID match. Ah. Why would you be getting IDs don't match? No collection dot model collection. So on the page, fine. On the canvas, fine. Canvas link. Is where we throw. Canvas link. Because we still have string representation on canvas link. Right. Go back here. We should make a lot more paths. The only one that fails is this here, because the parent is no longer set, which is what we want. Because what we want to get is canvas link 1, canvas link 2, we also want canvas page 4. Canvas link, object ID, canvas link, model, canvas. So canvas link 1 dot canvas link 1 dot source page should be canvas page 1. Canvas link 2 dot source page should be canvas link 2. And destination page and destination page should be canvas page 2 and canvas page 4. Now
Smoke over the city soul pollutes our sons and daughters. Ooh. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper. We all get old, we all slow down as the walls they close. We fall, we drown in our need some breathing space.
got the destination ID. Oh, I know what's gone wrong. So this is the one flaw in how I have certain things set up. If I go to canvas page, I need the relationship set up. So this is unfortunately because of because you can't have a property wrapper reference like the owner, or rather you can, it just won't do it automatically. Like if you could, then I could from this property wrapper get the owner, which is the canvas link, and do owner.model_controller for wherever it needs a model controller, and then it will be a lot cleaner because you could literally just throw this on and you wouldn't need any of this and it would clean stuff up. But that should now hopefully pass these. So it was setting the IDs, but it couldn't fetch the actual pages because it didn't have the model controller to do so. So that now all works. Want to add some tests for canvas link. Creates all canvases, creates all pages, creates all canvas pages, creates all folders. These shouldn't be too difficult. Canvas. We'll get these done, then I'll take a short break, and then, as we didn't get to do any yesterday, and as we would have finished the reading aspect, not the writing aspect, but we can get into that next weekend. We'll do a bit of a longer session on the overlay because I would like to have some fun to wind down, because my streaming, it's weird having a streaming week that's sort of like a Saturday to Monday. I mean, I also have Wednesdays, but that will be a pure work on the overlay thing. Actually, if I'm going to be doing that on Wednesday, no, what I'll probably do is get these tests just working, then take a break, then spend another hour on the writer stuff, see if we can get that done, and then I'll spend an hour or so on the overlay, which should all be fun. So, canvas link, get all canvas links. I want to make sure that the ID contains canvas link. If I'm spending my Wednesdays working on the overlay, then I need to put a decent amount in, and if I can get the writing done, that means that at the weekend we can start on the actual features. So hopefully all this working through refactoring all the model side of things and making sure it's all properly tested and figuring out how to do all this migration stuff, it all like the grunt work stuff that you don't generally necessarily see or appreciate if you just use an app. But hopefully it's been interesting for everyone to see how this stuff works. It can't all be like flashy stuff, so a lot of work goes into stuff that you don't really see when it comes to software. So that's reading the canvas links. Doesn't create if one already exists with an ID, and then removes X one. So yeah, we just want to do this for model. Pass. Here was a pass. Ah, they're all optional, aren't they? Okay, so what I'm going to is delete this. Oh, version 3, canvas link can't fail. Just so that I have it in, so I know why it's not there, and so that I know to add it in future if necessary. Okay, so I am just going to go get a drink and stretch my legs, and when we get back we'll work on the model writer. All these errors here because we have done nothing on updating all the model writer stuff because it's currently using this old model writer, which as you can see is all depends on Coppice and is not the new one that we wrote. So we will get that all transferred over in a little bit. So see you all in about 5 minutes. So, I have had ideas. One of those ideas is something that will probably come back to bite me, but I'm probably going to do it. Which is these bugs need to be bigger. Because otherwise, you can only see them when I do that. But yeah, we'll probably change the size of the bugs when we work on the overlay stuff. So if I forget, someone remind me. Because that will be a fairly quick fix. I'm sure if I make the bugs bigger, people in chat will not abuse them. Yeah, it won't backfire. I mean, I'll probably also add the debug option where you can spend money to remove all the bugs. But I'll also probably make the bugs cheaper, and yeah, I want to make it more fun to throw the bugs. What is the point of giving chats the ability to interact with the overlay if it doesn't mess with me? I've learnt many things from Doig, but the number one thing I've learnt is that always add stuff to the overlay with the best intentions without and completely forget that chat will use it to mess with you. Right. So, what we were wanting to do... What if exploding bugs... See... Exploding bugs could be fun. They could be fun, but I'd want to do something a bit different, and I have literally just had an idea. But it would be very... It would be potentially hard to do. I suppose it wouldn't be too hard. So what idea I'm having would be a gravity bomb. Or rather, a reverse gravity bomb, where you throw it and everything in the radius suddenly has reverse gravity, so it falls up to the sky and then back down again. But then I would need to do things such as make sure that I can revert myself back upright. So I'd need to implement stuff like that. Now, I can't reverse gravity in the area, but what I can potentially do is, as it would only be a temporary thing that would sort of blast everything up and then back down, so it wouldn't be a bomb that blasts you away from it, it's everything in the radius, you're blasting them away from the floor. So you basically just find everything in the radius and apply effectively, well, if gravity's like 9.8 G, or 9.8 meters per second downwards, you'd apply a force that would be what? Probably you'd have to do negative. Couldn't just do negative gravity because that would cancel out. So you'd probably need to blast them up a fair amount. But well, that's something that we could, in fact. Linear. because I like the bugs being bugs. Because I like Gwillim's thing where you can just spam them, but that's why I want to make them bigger so there is a bit more interesting to do. But I don't just want to copy the bombs, so a like something that is effectively like turning gravity off in an area temporarily. Because you could have it ramp up where it just slowly, and then you sort of accelerate, because it's applying acceleration rather than the force. So you would slowly accelerate and then go quick, and then when you hit a certain point you come back down again. So overlay, add to the backlog. Gravity bomb. Throwaway bomb. Everything in radius. Accelerates upwards. Then. Okay, that is added. That will be a fun thing. Right. So we have all this working. Now we have our model writer test. Which are all failing. Because oh, it's fair. Replace ditches may only have keys, which are CF strings, not CF because it's returning model plist key. Okay, so what I want to do is take model writer and turn it off. And then we can go back to model writer here and build, and these will all fail to compile. Like so. So what we want to do is you've got a model writer, and it's going to take a bunch of model plist types. So file wrapper contains data at plist root. Don't care about that. Contains all pages, page type, file name, contains all canvas pages, canvases, folders, document version. We don't care about that because we're going to get a separate file wrapper out, but we do care about that. So we can get rid of a bunch of things. So we first want to change plist to type. No, to oh, so fearless. Oh, fearless dot fast.
Weathered wood and cracks in concrete faded. Lonely old leviathans corrode. Labyrinth of lights and life degraded.
Alright, so I got rid of some of that. Then we're going to have the file wrapper, and we want file wrapper.
And ever and on we go, never to learn or grow. Pillars of peace estranged. I guess some things never change. We fall again. Step through empty window haze. We fall again. I guess some things never change. We're beacons of the past on each horizon. Weary feet tread stories in the dark.
Hopefully be all of our compiler errors fixed.
Heathens on no steel can crack the diamond.
I'll pass.
And ever and on we run. Purest of rains they come. Pillars of peace astray.
Oh, we did a very good set of tests.
Things never change. We fall
Because we're not actually testing that it is persisting. Now we can test that it's an array of things, but what we want to do is pages dot contains where $0 as dictionary. Equal to of.pages 0 dot plist representation dot to persistence representation as an probably. Do we really need to test that? 'Cause we already tested that the persistence representation is correct. Testing. It contains the type and file name of content, so we're testing that works correctly. We're testing what we know that the writer will do the playlist stuff on the overwrite test. So what we're doing here is testing model stuff. So we should be able to do let's see, search through pages dot contains where $0 dot title as string. We have page 1, page 2, page 3. So we will make sure that the pages at least contain that. For actually, why are we testing the title? Why don't we just test that the ID exists? And they should all be sorted, shouldn't they? So in fact, where's our... We've got all this stuff here. Why don't we ensure that this matches this? So if we have our test plist, we can have our test... We've got... If we do rename this to test data, so this is going to be well, test full test data. We'll just do it test data. So do test data, and then we can do enum plist, and then we do test data.plist, test data.plist. Test data, test data.plist.v2, test data.plist v3, but then we can do test test data dot model controller. And we can create our model controller. It is basically going to be whatever our latest plist thing should be, and that is going to be used for the writer. So extension test data, and we go to our model writer test. And we can do, is it a structure class or what is a class? Class model. And we're going to do let page UIDs and let pages actually no, we want, where do we actually use, not actually those anyway. Oh, self pages, because we want to get them in a certain order. But we can do pages, which is going to be pages, and that will just return them so that they're always sorted in the same order. Port Coppice core. Right, we can do these as lazy var. Lazy var canvas links. Oh, we don't want settings. So we're going to edit, and we're going to have that model controller. This. And that setting. Set value true for page group expanded. Controller.settings.set. And then go down here. Yeah, we do. So we set those, and if we go to our, we're gonna have document. Huh? So canvases are going to be self.model controller, canvas collection, new object, ID equals zero. Set sorting canvas. There you go. And dot auto and $0 dot correct. You can set the date created and date modified. Why is it not? Comma. Self.modelcontroller.com. You know what? Because uh, then I can just copy paste the. Okay, so pages. Okay, and we want to these. These. Add page IDs. And then want where is that up down there? Okay. Why are you still failing? No, it's that. Okay. Canvas pages. Changes. That. 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 Um. This pages. Dot. Pages. Slowly getting there. I've not added Canvas Links collection, Coppice, Model Controller. Yes, I have. Right there. Canvas Link collection. Canvas looks good. And we just need to do folders. Yeah. Probably should have done this in a slightly different way, but because as I ended that, I realised actually these won't be created unless these are cold, and we want these to be fully created in every case. So, oh well, it works. Not changing it. Right, model writer tests. So we've got all this stuff here. Oh, what I could potentially change is so I'm doing lazy var. Now the reason you do lazy is this isn't actually set until it is cold, and that means that you can call self. If I got rid of the lazy, this would not be allowed because you cannot access properties until initialization has finished. It's a bunch of complex rules. So basically all the properties need to be initialized, and then you effectively would do like super init or whatever. But basically at this point, because this is set and all the rest of them are lazy and this is set and so on, it's initialized so I can call stuff. But if I just did it like this and wanted to make it equal to that, I couldn't call self.modelController. So if I wanted to do that, the other way I could do it is make all of these let pages is a page, and have that there, and have that set up here, but then convert these into static methods which take in the model controller. So I would create the model controller, then assign it, but have it as a local variable that I could pass in to these static methods which would create all the stuff and then assign it to a variable. that is I mean, there's no real pro or con either way. The pro is you get rid of that. The con is you end up with more code anyway, because you basically need to do that anyway. So, right, so model writer test. Oh, that's a fair point. I have a folder set. Right, so I need to do self.model controller.settings.set self.folder IDs 0.id string for folder. Okay, so model writer test. So we've got all this stuff. I can get rid of pretty much all of that and that. And what we can do self.test model equal, it's going to be a test data model test data model. And then what I need to get the pages. Test plist.vp test data.plist. car.
I'm on my way out. Lift off. The fire storming nights. Last thoughts of a life by candlelight. Inside, speeding satellite. Halfway between the black and grey. No place for a life to waste away. I'll take the road with all today, so many moons away, I safely say that my heart's true calling was never betrayed, never betrayed. Erased of enemies away, with fears allay. Stand as one upon beyond
Eh?
vastly until the last grave. Mission orders typed in lights up our screens. Ignition flights 1,000 minds per simultaneously. Into the night, a fleet of firelight jet engines scream. Turn the key. This is my destiny.
Ah.
Last night, let me give my life. One night as a justice acolyte. Light shines.
Okay. That folder. How about that? Of this. Of a folder. And we return folder of a folder. I failed tests. Because of the ID. Okay, I'm going to have to swap around some IDs. Because technically in the test data, these should always be sorted ascending. Probably because these are all going to be shared, I can do enum.id that canvas ID. Actually, I don't know why I did it like that. Right, if I do it as a class, and they can inherit it. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, cut that. Get rid of that, and then in the model controller, we're also going to get rid of this is going to be a test data. This is going to be test data. Save all those, that should all be fine. And then what we can do here is make sure these are sorted in ascending order, because that is what they will be stored as on this, so we might as well make our life a bit easier. 8, 7, 8. So this one wants to be first. Oh, yeah, because it's 4 of those. That's a 7, 2. This is a 7, 1. AF, A6, so this wants to be first. And 8, 9. So hopefully that should solve our problem. All canvas pages. That's still same. That's saying that that should be text. That's an image. Had they been flipped around? Because you should be getting page 1, page 2, page 3. Page IDs, you're going 0, 4, E. Okay, A, which is an image. Getting 4, which is X with no in there, and then you're getting 0. There you go, and get your page 1 content. Right. And page 2 content. Right. Next. Okay, so that passes. Okay, so all tests are passing. So we're still only testing that we're getting 3 pages. We're not testing that the data is correct. But what we can do is xct assert equal pages as an array of ns dictionary is equal to test data dot plist dot v3 dot plist pages dot as ns dictionary. To actually force as an dictionary. So that failed. Why does that fail? Because the content contains more info. So we've got the user preferred size. Yeah, oh yeah, so we need to add be here. The metadata is going to be prop get and a string from that get x 00 14 13. Hotspots. Penny. Orientation would be 1. Still failing. Let's copy paste. Allows auto linking. See, this is good because it allows us to discover all the areas where we have got a bit out of date. What other stuff? So we know that that is correct. Would contain the file name, if we're being precise, even though it is empty. Okay, so we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. But that is now working. We'll leave that one. So for the canvas pages, just have for canvases. Folders. We haven't got contains all that, blah blah blah, canvas link. Links this. So if we run that, we'll see where some of these fail and see where we need to update our data. So folders and canvas links are good. Canvas pages do not have Z indexes defined. So what we want to do here is on our canvas pages, $0.z_index equals 0, $0.z_index equals 2, and $0.z_index equals 1, and $0, 0. And what we want here, z_index. Okay, and then for canvases, so we've got date, created, modified, ID, sort index, theme, title, viewport where it matters, always show page titles, and closed page hierarchy. So the closed page hierarchies, can care about that now because we're going to be completely changing that. However, we can go model controller, go to our canvases, set that one to 1, and then we can go to our canvases here. Zero. That should be true. And we want close page hierarchies. I don't know what we're going to be doing with the closed page hierarchies. We should be able to keep them roughly as is, but it won't work quite the same way. We may need to migrate those. But that is just going to be an remove for now. Alright. Still failing. Must be due to the ID. Alright. I need to take just a very quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then we'll fix this, and then we'll switch over to Unity. I'll see you in a few seconds. Okay, so why are these failing? Because the canvases seem to be inverted. First 0. Oh! That's the test data. That would mess up both canvases and canvas pages. So, canvases are still failing. Page titles, closed page hierarchies, those are correct. IDs are correct. Sort index is correct. Theme. Canvas. Zoom factor is what I am missing. Factor 1. Failing. Has to be the closed page hierarchies. Oh. Okay. So there's a dictionary. And dictionary model ID. That should be a dictionary. And okay, so let's do another full pass. Migrating broken. Canvas. Canvas pages. Oh, because we haven't added them to 2 as well. V2. We'll leave that out because that's not there. But the Z index definitely version. All tests working. So added V2 version. Um yes. We haven't quite got every last little bit done because we still have. I realised that I haven't got the thing up. We still have the model field conversion, which is something that's going to be a nice to have, but that's something that we can work on at the weekend and then come back to. But for now, I think that is enough Xcode for one day. I'll spend half an hour or so messing around with the overlay. So the first thing I want to do is change the size of the bugs. I think what I will do is I'll go into the bug in Blender. How do I not? So if we divide dimensions. Save that. What I need to do is bug thrower. I want a void debug throw. Oh, debug throw follower. Void debug throw driver. Throw bug. Dot small and dot me. Don't need that. In fact, we could do clear books as well, so we can get rid of that, so we can get rid of the whole thing. Get rid of player input. Clear bugs. And then we want stream deck button. Button, stream deck button. And we're going to do this, and now we're going to do deck that. Move this. Deck that add. Then what we do is go in here and add Unity, invoke method, debug throw follower, bug. I can copy, paste, and bug. And yeah, bugs. So then, if I save this, and I run this, oop, that was a second. Okay, so they're a bit bigger. But I think we can go bigger still. So, go into Blender. Oh, save. Throw a bunch of bigger ones in as well. These. If I press, if I just press triangle. Right, so they seem okay. This definitely seems bigger, and I can still move through them fairly easily. I would say this is a decent size for them, wouldn't you? Here we go in here. Yeah, because I'll probably have to move some of them out the way. That's the subscriber ones, but if I... Yeah, because some of them can appear there. I would say that looks pretty good. Okay. So I think we will save that. So next thing, I want to tweak one of the faces in particular. I want to tweak these mouths. Mouth open. Let's are we? That's already looking better, and now we can do the same over here. Actually, probably delete. Hey. Oh. That's looking a bit more. This I've made. Delete those. Let's put mouth open across. Just this. And I think I want on the angry. Just tone this down just a bit. What? No, D is mid. Down in the width of it. Cars. 500. Oh yeah, I'll just scale down even more. Hey, if I set that to there and we do mouth open. But Alright, if we go back to Unity, and I build, and hopefully you'll be able to all see. Alright, so this shouldn't be different, except if I go here, you should be able to hopefully see. If I go like that and you sort of compare what you're seeing, I think this looks, it definitely looks better to my eye. There's a little bit of weirdness where the right side looks a little weird as it sort of opens up when you go between the thing and the other, but that's not too bad. We could tweak that a bit, but that's okay. And then for the angry should be a bit not as much of a change. It shouldn't be quite as big, which I think looks better because it's not. It looks a bit smoother in the transitions because it's not leaping quite as big as if you look at the bottom. It's quite a big jump. But yeah, I think those faces look good. So now let us get on to different faces. So I think what I am going to do first is I'm going to group these. As default. And up here, terminal. Because terminal is going to be the easier one to do, because what we are going to do our terminal. Now let's just delete that. Let's tidy this up a bit. So angry. Got eyes. Got mouth. Eyes. Delete that. Head. Mouth. Worry. Left eye. That's right. Head. Left.
Distant silhouettes at the horizon. Sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together. Stay by my
Go in. Oh. In.
soft songs
Mouth. And playing. Eyes and mouth. Right. Then I'm going to copy and paste. I had that. Open terminal. Now what we can do, I can open all these, and for the background, do I want it to be that black? Probably not quite that black. Let's make it a bit. But then what I want to do is color overlay. And what I will do is I want to, let's just do it this way.
surf the golden waves on silken highway.
Color overlay.
Painting flowing braids in sunken byways. Spacious flowing bold and ever climbing. Gracious
I also want to do an outer glow. We're gonna have a bit of a glow on them. Delete that, and then we're going to copy layer style and select all of these. And paste. Now for the angry, we are going to change it to change Alright. Let's export this as face map terminal. We have the base map. So Unity replace base map of material. I can do material, set texture. Texture will be the base. Let's go base map. Okay, so the next question is create texture from create texture from create a texture in code. What I happen if on the facial expression I do texture default texture terminal I made public. And I went Pokebot. Right. So can I drag onto there? Drag that onto there. So we've got the expression enum theme, and we're going to have default. We're going to have No, let's just do it as a string. Theme. Oh, default. Terminal. Terminal. Modifier. Void. Public void. That's a theme. Theme. If your theme default. Also theme terminal. That. I want to this dot left eye dot set texture base map to this dot default texture. And what we can do is texture equals this dot default texture. And what we'll do is it will always be default if it doesn't match something. So if it equals in terminal, then new texture equals this dot terminal texture. And all we need to do is go through and change all of things up here. Okay, so stream deck button. And what I'm going to do on my stream deck is over here. I'm going to create a folder. Themes. I go in here. This is the first time I'm going to be invoking with a parameter. So, set theme. In fact, let's do it. Set face theme. Set face theme. String default. And that's default. Set face theme with parameter string terminal. Okay, so assuming this all works, that didn't work. But I have an idea why. Because I changed the accessories. The other thing I want to do is on the face map. Go here. That up, and I want to vector. Okay, the other thing is if I go to, for example, left eye. I mean, hopefully the tiling and stuff should all end up being there. We're just changing the base map. Give it another go. Log. Texture. Yeah, so it set it to theme at terminal.
Distant silhouettes, empty horizons. Sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tethers. Rivers drifting vivid and together. Stay by my side.
In that, but it is not. Oh wait. So it's resetting it. It is just... Oh, because I'm setting it to this .default texture, not new texture. There we go. Now the accessories need doing, but... Oh, and it doesn't seem to be now... letting me change the expression. Oh, that's probably because of it reloading. So if I go like this, terminal, happy, worried, and then angry. Okay, so I think we can get the background darker, and I think we can add more of a glow on these. So let's tweak our thingamabobbery. Where is the photo shoot? So, we want to make this darker. Then the outer glow. Let's just do this. Glow. Oh, it's because the spread isn't that. There we go. That's giving us a glow now. Okay, so copy style, and we want to go all of these. Change angry back and put paste layer style. We want to just put red. That. Red. That's red. Oh, it's imported the stuff in. It's still kind of light. The background probably needs a tweak. Oh, it's the screen gradient that's doing it. Because if I take the screen gradient, add that, then we get it looking like that. Yeah, because I think we're gonna need to tweak the scan lines as well, and the gradient. Open these in Photoshop. Take a look. That should have an alpha on it. It'll do for now. Okay, let's just get the glasses. Okay, so kinda. This will be the last thing we. Ooh, that's a problem. Because as they're so tightly compact, we can't do emissives. Okay, let's just do a temporary fix for now. Because I need to fix these anyway, because these are in the wrong order, and you see there's only 4 of them when it's all a mess. I could probably do like decreasing the size because it doesn't need to be this big, so we will be able to fix all this. So what I want to do is go here. And we just want to add color overlay. Actually, no. That's okay. Plane. Storage. Or default. Duplicate group. And color overlay. Oh. Okay, got this glasses terminal, and then we just need public texture default glasses default accessory. Oh, no, terminal. I'm doing texture, accessories, texture. This dot default accessories texture. So we're going to enable that, and then we have to select Pokebot. Default accessories texture is going to be glasses, and then glasses terminal. Build and run. Finally got the hoovering done after 2 weeks of procrastinating it. Yeah, it's always nice when that finally gets done. Alright, let's have a look at this. Yeah, it takes me a while to get I try to do the hoovering every week when I can, so... terminal. This is fine. Try that again. Take 2. Hey! I need to have lines. Okay, that is probably because of the accessories, because it's flipping some stuff. But the red looks good. And that looks good. So yeah, we will have to fix it, but I think I need to fix... sure, do I need to fix the gradient? Yeah, I might fix it at some point over time. But I am pretty happy with this. No, it isn't the glow. What it is if I go to worried, can you see how there's like just the lines above and below? It is because there's no space between these, so it is just catching. So if I was to, for example, go to worried, oh no, not worried, confused. You see how it's, can't really see, but it's like a pinkish color rather than green. So that is the reason. So I need to fix the layout of them. But yeah, so what I'll probably do tomorrow off stream is have a go at getting that tidied up, and I may even have a go at hooking it up to Twitch, and maybe even try pixelating it. We may do the pixelated one on Wednesday, but I may try and get it hooked up to Twitch at least. But at the very least, I'll get the glasses fixed. But anyway, we have been going for a very long time. This stream is now getting on for 5.5 hours, and normally I would have finished about an hour to 90 minutes ago, but we did an hour less yesterday, so well, it's not too bad. But hopefully you have had a good time. It has been a productive day. We've got all of the reading implemented, the writing implemented, just got a few things to do tomorrow, well, next weekend, and then we can start implementing features. And well, we've got this, the big terminal me, and then we'll get a pixelated version of me as well, so you'll be able to swap between the different versions with channel point redeems. So thank you all for coming. I will be back at 6 PM on Wednesday, so basically this time but half an hour earlier is when I'll be starting and doing some more stream overlay stuff for a few hours. But until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your week, and as always, happy coding!